See what this does. If this works. At least I got quality options. Do I sound okay? I do. Cool. So it just needed the drivers reinstalling. Because I did test records the other day and everything just worked fine. But of course it breaks when I actually need it. Of course it does. I need to quickly set everything up again because everything's all over the place now. That gets a refresh. Music could do with coming back on. There we go. All my windows are like all over the place. Won't this take me to like 2 a.m.? Probably closer to 3. It's a long run. I was supposed to start quarter of an hour ago. But it's been a long time since I last played this. If I unmute the game, can you hear that as well before I get started with anything? Like, you should hear two bits of music, and I should still sound okay? Maybe? Okay. I'll mute that for now. So let me get everything else set up, and then I'll get started post-haste. Yeah, thank you for sticking around through that. That's just annoying. Also, why is it on Soma? I'm not running Soma. Forza, indeed. Actually. There you go. Yeah, Spider. Yeah, Windows updates seem to have a habit of doing things like that. I think it's probably like developers probably submit drivers to the system and then it takes ages for them to get applied, like actually added to the system. And then Microsoft goes, oh, don't worry about the drivers you've already got right now. We've got a new one for you. And then it downgrades it. Because, you know, that makes sense. Yeah, I've got the new like major feature update queued, which I'm not applying that yet. I think everything's in place now. Also, because I've changed my music source, let me know what the volume's like me versus music. If I need to drop the music a bit, I can do that now. Ooh, that's a lovely no signal thing. A little loud on the music. Okay. It's on the other screen. I will drop that to like 60. That should be better, although the music's kind of gone off for now. It happens to be going through a quiet part, I think. Actually, that's way too quiet, I think. Or not? Is that okay? I can't hear it that well because it's also competing over the music I'm hearing from the game. Well, this only took 20 minutes to get set up. But before I start, is everything okay? Because I can't really turn around when I'm like midway through a 6-hour run. I left the stove on. Oh shit. Apart from that though, is it all okay? Can I begin? No one's answering. The one time I actually need a response. You think it's good. It's good enough for me. All good. Okay. It better be good for you, Cal. You asked for this. Is everything else set up now? Well, too late now. I know the game's muted right now. That's just because there's copyrighted audio right now. I can't risk anything, apparently, anymore. I trust your typing. Listening to two guys bicker about chocobos whilst also having to put up with footy music. Sure, you've got like 10 different audio sources coming into your ears right now. It's been a while since I've played this. Also, I'm going to have to stitch together the two halves of the recording because I had to restart. It's keeping you awake. Yeah, you were saying earlier about your situation is kind of rough. You just got to try and find things to keep yourself occupied while still being alert enough to carry on with the music, the stuff you're doing. Music? I've got music on the mind now. Yeah, Jack, thank you for the good luck. Pretty sure the music's too quiet now. That's mute. That's mute. I don't want to mute it. I'm I'm paying attention, I swear. Level's all good? Okay. I will unmute the game when I can. Yeah, dude, how's it going? Oh god, I forgot the tree that was there. Again, it's been like 1.5 years since I played this. Also Catboo. Damn it, Darius, come back. Racing line arrows. You can't turn them off without wasting time right now. In fact, if you can even turn them off right now, oh my god. I have the game muted at the moment because it's playing music. And you can't turn it off until later. Not that they're helping. Shut up. It doesn't matter how you do there. Yeah, the prologue, you just kind of have to sit and watch through everything and play the game how it tells you to. So you just rubber band. You can beat him there, but it doesn't make any difference. Like there's a race that comes up now that says like get there quickly, like, and the number of positions left in the festival slowly goes down as you get closer. Even if you stop and let like 10 more people go over the line when it says what there's one place left, you cannot lose. They cross the line, but they don't get accepted for places. Still hoping for the Horizon 5 announcement. 4, like, I've had fun with 4, but I prefer this game because it has more of like a linear, like it has an end game to it. 4 just seems like too much of a playground that doesn't really go anywhere. Yeah, a lot of racing games do that. They'll give you like a really high-end car at the start of the game just to give you a taste of what you'll get later. And then they'll throw you back into like your starter car straight afterwards. But you know what the game can do later. Excuse me. Yeah, Ben, how's it going? I can't hear anything over the 2 sets of music I've got going in my ears. Excuse me. I can't remember what settings I use for difficulty options. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Stream started a bit later than it was supposed to because of tech issues. It started on time, then I had tech issues, and I had to restart. Oh, rip that guy. Yeah, so there's 4 places left. There's 3 guys in front of me, but even if I was to stop and wait for like 2 more cars to go past me, I still would get a place. What am I comparing against? Oh. I was comparing against Game Time. I will compare against none, though. Yeah, the Monster Cat playlist is because of the changes that Twitch have made recently. There you go, I can actually like do that now. You can hear the game.
Now get over there and do your ride some justice.
So yeah, Twitch have made changes.
I forgot to say your car radio was stuck on
There's so much going on in my ears.
and you can now tune to all 3 Horizon radio stations. Enjoy.
Turn around when it
Has it done it again? Has it done it again? Fine for you.
In 200 meters, turn left. Turn left.
You sign up for festival races at trailers like this. When you see one,
Yeah,
park outside
like
it to
the
register
playlist I was
your
using
event.
before was just
Arrive
like
at your destination.
a mess of copyright.
This is it. The
So
Horizon
I bit the bullet. I paid $5 a month, and I get access to all of the Monster Cat stuff, which I felt most people are familiar enough with Monster Cat that they should be okay with that. I'd prefer my music, but can't do it anymore. The last thing I want is for one stream to have a load of stuff happen in it that gets clipped, and then suddenly I find that I've already hit the Like the 3 strikes and you're out thing. It fixed itself. You're the only one that seemed to have a problem.
If you want to switch off assists or increase the skill of your opponents, you can do
But
so
at the same
with
time, I
the
wouldn't
physical
doubt that you did have a there was a problem,
You earn
because
more money as a
there was
result.
issues earlier.
Try it.
Notice it. Hello? Okay. Steering normal, please. Traction control on, shifting automatic, driving line, braking only. Rewind off for now. I have to last until like the very end of the game with no resets. I forgot about that. Yeah, there's a few artists I could probably ask and see if I could use their music. But most of my playlist, like, of the 1,500 tracks that I had on there, maybe like 10 of them I know I could probably use without getting in trouble. Okay. Remember, I play all of my music locally. I don't use any streaming services for it. The game's soundtrack gets accidentally claimed. That's why I had the game muted earlier. Because of the music I can't turn off. Alright, the music suddenly got a lot louder. Oh god. Almost did a nim.
Amazing. Your first event at Horizon and you've nailed it with a win.
Yeah, there's a lot of artists that would probably be happy for you to use their music, but their label just says
Yellow
no.
events start tomorrow morning, but I've got a showcase event later that I want you to take part in. Get over to Red Rock. The crowd's waiting. Great. See you there.
Go, my shitty Corrado. Oh yeah, this thing.
You've just found a Horizon speed
Self-labeled.
We've placed these all
Ah.
over Colorado. Whenever you see one, drive past it as fast as you can.
Yo, Viper, thank you for the host, dude. How did the rest of your runs go? And welcome, everyone. I'm hot off of sorting out tech issues and now trying to play a game I've not played in like a year and a half. Because Cal wanted me to. So if this goes wrong, blame him.
That was one of Dak's discounts.
But I hope Big Surf Island continue treating you well.
On your upgrades at Dak's garage in the festival.
Or at least as well as something in Burnout can. Ah, there goes my bumper. Not gonna talk about it. That sounds like Big Surf Island. Take a break. Hopefully you're feeling better later.
Meters, you will arrive at your destination.
The game can be like that sometimes.
You have arrived.
Showcase events are all about entertaining the crowds. But if you need an extra incentive, the sponsor will throw in the car if you win. Nice work if you can get it, huh?
The only clue to my pace is look at the best possible time and you'll see how terribly I'm doing. That will just keep going up.
You and the pilot have to pass through the checkpoints in order and then race to the finish line.
Nah, I got that when I tried playing Big Surf Island the other night. I could only do like a few runs before it just... There's something about that island that you just start driving worse and worse, like you say. Like, my first 2 runs when I played it the other night were fine. And then every run after it, I was just looking for time save, and there's just... It might not be as bad with 75%, but... That island is just rough. Yeah, I've never really done anything like you're doing with the getting all the collectibles. Like, trying to make sure that you micromanage getting all of the smashes, all of the billboards and everything all at the same time, and getting them in between events or even during events. Just... Yeah, no thanks. I keep saying I'll do 100% eventually for the mainland, but... I don't know if I ever actually will. I don't know, I prefer any percent on the mainland just for... It's comfy. Like, you can easily lose 10 minutes over the course of a run and it just doesn't matter. You can still get a good run. Get off the wall. Hey, if you think that's bad, you should have seen me try and play Crash the other week. I think I streamed for like 25 minutes and then rage quit. That was not a fun stream. I came back a bit later and tried to forget that it ever happened. Yeah, Insane Trilogy. I picked it up and I hyped it up for like 2-3 weeks beforehand, saying like, oh, I'm going to be playing this as a casual playthrough. Yeah, didn't have fun at all. The stream was a nightmare. I never want to touch that game again. Didn't even make it through the first island of the first game. I think I spent about 20 minutes on the Great Wall. Yeah, don't ever feel bad for having a bad time in streaming. Or if you have to switch games because you just don't feel like playing the game you've been playing, just have fun. Nah, no one thinks you're an asshole. Like, far from it.
Nice work. You're officially faster than a plane. Can't say that about everybody, right? I knew it. You just
I've got to remember, don't switch to the Mustang.
Now you know why showcase events are invite only. Everyone wants to get their hands on one of those.
No, I do not want to get into the Mustang. I like going around corners.
Congratulations. You've made the grade for the Horizon Championship. Swing by Race Central and I'll give you your yellow wristband and talk you through the basics.
Are people going to think of you after it?
Okay.
That's why that's why I quit the Crash stream so early on.
I organize showcase events like that.
Yeah, Raging, how's it going?
Fans, and I try to book the most popular drivers. If you
Yeah, I quit the stream really early because I didn't want to just have like a 2-3 hour salty stream. I knew it wasn't going to go well, so I just quit.
I'll give you a call.
I recovered for like half an hour, then came back with Soma, and actually had like a good stream at the end of it.
Show me your skills.
But if I'd kept going with Crash, it just would have been an absolute hell.
Ooh, you lost that skills chain. You don't win fans driving like you've mastered combos too.
Remember the game looking like this?
Driving.
In 400 meters, turn left.
Like, this game still looks surprisingly good for 2012, although I am playing on the Xbox One version, so it has got some enhancements to it. The 360 version looks a little
To do so.
under this quality. Excuse me, I'm just driving on the British side of the road. Thank you.
Turn around.
Oh, you remember it looking good.
Safe to do so.
It's a solid game. It's held up well. Okay, that actually helped me.
Recalculating.
So I'm using the old route where I have to get a load of these discount signs in order to have enough money to make it through the game. This game has been rerouted since I did my last run. Prius being helpful. Yeah. Help me to turn. Yeah, 7 came along like a few months ago and absolutely destroyed my time with an actual like proper route, because he can actually play driving games. I can't. Fucking swerving around in my Corrado. I still remember the discussions at ESA Summer where I was like, hey, I'll buy a Corrado and drive the Forza Horizon crew to ESA one year. That aged well. Everyone stopped playing it.
Meters, turn right.
Oop. Got that Corrado yet? Nope.
Turn right.
The other skip button.
Congratulations. A yellow wristband means you've made it into the championship.
You have a Subaru?
Wanna become
I
champion
usually
next
pick
week?
the Lancer here, but apparently the Subaru's actually
Win,
faster.
and you'll earn points.
So I guess I can pick the Subaru
And ultimately,
for you,
wristbands
Viper.
get you a shot at the title. Oh, I'd love to see a new champion. So Horizon has given you some cash to get you started. Good luck. The Recaro Rush is an
As in drive to, yes, it's a long drive.
all-wheel drive car. Let's go to the auto show and buy one.
Like, you're going to be driving for a couple of days. Let's take a Subaru. You're going to be spending extra money of like sleeping at somewhere else, like on the way, being at the hotel or something.
Or just head over to the event.
Oh yeah, there's like small amounts of Skrillex occasionally when you go into the shops. Oh hey, this is the road that you can just drive out of bounds. Much fun was had at ESA with that. Namely with Viper trying to bait the traffic cars into driving out of bounds. Good times. So I am 23 minutes into this run and already I've gone off route by buying the wrong car. As you do. Who found that? I don't know who found it, but it was Poker that showed us.
In 400 meters, keep right.
I'm pretty sure. Thanks, car named McDonald.
Keep right.
Probably some guy on YouTube. I love that guy. He makes such good content.
Hey, you're starting to get noticed around here. Keep it up, and I might have some more work for you.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination. Recalculating route.
Before anyone asks, I'm aware that I've gone...
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
not quite far enough. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go.
Once you've discovered an outpost, you can fast
I
travel
almost
back
forgot
to it
that.
from anywhere, all for a price. Just select the outpost you want from your map, pay the fee, and then we do all the hard work to make sure you're placed just outside it.
Come on, come on, come on. Forwards, car.
In 100 meters, keep right. Keep right. Recalculating route. You have
I'm just glad I managed to sort the tech issues out eventually.
Even at this level, Ramona Cravash is the girl to beat.
Why do things have to change? Yeah, again, like, it's a shame that I had to change the music I was using, but I hope people can stomach the Monster Cat stuff.
Hey, newbie, keep those
For some people, this is probably better than what I was playing before. And for others, it probably doesn't matter at all. Good name for a book. Maybe I'm writing one. Damn it, there's one called Bar. I just want an Iron Brew now. My inner Argek is showing. Midwest emo album. Why would you ever drink the sugar-free Iron Brew? That defeats the point of Iron Brew. It's just a bottle of sugar. $25 fillings. Ah. Well, when you've got that many, what's one more? You're also drinking sugar-free Iron Brew? I want some now. Why would you drink Iron Brew? Because it's amazing? All teeth fillings any percent? Yeah, if you're here looking for like really good driving skill, you are not going to find it. Full set replacement. Yeah, I'm probably headed that way. Yeah, Viper. I'm basically paying $5 a month now, and I get to use like pretty much all of the Monster Cat library.
Rivals is Horizon's way of opening our race stages.
Oh shit, I'm online.
Beat your friends and you'll earn credits. And bragging. Any festival event you complete will become available as a Rivals event.
Hopefully that's good enough. I forgot that was a thing. Xbox docks. You won't back down to them.
2 more yellow events. It's up to you whether you enter them
There's the
in.
potential that, like, they are going for a 3 strikes and you're out setup, so there's a potential that just one stream, if you do something stupid and you get 3 clips that all get flagged, that can be it. Like, your channel can just instantly get taken down for that. Like, that is a possibility. It's not going to go like that straight away, but you never know when that's going to, like, suddenly become reality. And I'd like to avoid that. You know, after spending a lot of time working on my channel and trying to grow it a little bit, I don't want that all to get thrown away because of one moment on a stream.
First sponsor bonus. Show off your skills around Colorado, and Horizon sponsors will pay you big money. You're sure making progress. Your car isn't eligible.
Your shit has to be DMCA free now. Yeah, saying you won't back down against massive corporations like Warner and Universal is not going to end well for your channel. And lowering the volume doesn't help. Like, you can run the music down at like 5%. They'll still be able to detect it, even if you're talking over it. Put the volume at 0%. Yeah, just listen to it yourself and don't let the streamer, like the viewers, listen to it. Just have it in your own earbuds. I've called out a good track that's come up on my old playlist a few times, and I'm thinking, hold on, did I remember to unmute the music? Like, can people actually hear this? Until you get a strike, you're not doing anything. As I said, though, you could end up with, at the end of one stream, getting all 3 strikes. And I notice you just hit your next milestone for followers. I'd hate to see that go down the drain.
I knew I saw the speed in you.
Right, Oakley Blitz. I don't know, I mean, for the Monster Cat stuff, though, $5 a month is the same as just subscribing to a Twitch channel, so it's not a massive investment. And I can always cancel it for a while if I'm not streaming anything that I'm going to be playing music over. And I don't dislike this music, so it's fine for me. You've played non-copyright stuff before and it's still been flagged as copyright.
Hey, you've just found
At least if you're actually playing stuff that you are licensed to, then you have a coverall and you can file a counterclaim.
From start to finish.
Also, I went the wrong way.
100 meters.
Excuse me,
Arrive at your destination.
my bump. It fucking flew. I killed that beetle.
When it is safe to do so.
At least going down this route, like playing with the Monster Cat stuff, I have a coverall license to use it all. So if any of my content does get claimed, I have a valid counterclaim. The only difficult parts are things like in this game where it won't let you mute particular bits of audio which are copyrighted. So I have to get used to that and be diligent and actually mute it myself. Or at least try and remember to. Yonko, it does cover all of your old content. Like, bigger streamers have been having DMCA takedown requests for things of like 3-4 years old. Like old clips, older past broadcasts. Any content that they've got on their channel. We've been relatively sheltered from it so far on Twitch, but it was going to catch up to us eventually. Like, this was inevitable. I'd rather just get used to the new state of affairs and just deal with it than carry on trying to be like, oh no, I'm going to be the last bastion where people can listen to real music. Just, nah. Well, that guy's dead. Give me the backing with his face teeth. The backing track is just like teeth chatter. Yeah, this isn't Twitch's fault. Like, Twitch have to enforce this or they get shut down. And, you know, a giant corporation can't just suddenly get shut down. Everyone you're watching right now is playing copyrighted stuff? Probably. I mean, I am, but I have a license to use it.
The drivers are starting to talk about you. Way to go, racer boy.
Yeah. It'd be great to just go and update our laws.
I've got a green
But
wristband waiting for you over at Race Central.
then they can't make as much money off of it. And they don't want that. So it never happens.
I don't lose to first timers. You got the wristband, but you won't beat me one-on-one. I'll stake my car on it. Come find me if you're man enough. You have arrived.
Congratulations, a green
Why you moved from YouTube to Twitch in the first place? Again, it was inevitable that this was going to happen.
enough in the world.
Like, Twitch for the longest time seemed sheltered because it was, you know, live content. And back then there was no way of monitoring live content. But now we're seeing that there is potentially the threat of them monitoring live content. I'm not entirely sure how they're going to be able to monitor the audio streams of everyone on Twitch at the same time,
In 400
but who knows?
you will arrive at your destination.
Like, technically it's possible because Twitch already handles all of the audio and video that's going on Twitch. They have to, because they kind of run the thing. But again, it isn't Twitch's fault.
You can't enter this event in that car. You need to.
I mean, in the UK, pretty much everything we have is pretty shit when it comes to law. Security guard watching like 200 screens of Twitch. It's like, who's doing something naughty?
I'll be looking in my mirror for you, yo. That's if you can stay close.
It's still too early to say what's going to happen to every different type of stream. We will just have to wait and see, like, what gets a pass, what doesn't, what happens to the landscape of Twitch. But things are going to be changing. And not for the better. I said, the changes that I've made are just so I know that I'm not at risk. I've gone through and deleted all of my old, like, Burnout Paradise and GTA clips that had music in. I don't keep past broadcasts around anyway. I mean, the only question that I've had that still hasn't really been answered that well is about games like this that include copyrighted audio that you cannot skip. Like, what are you supposed to do with those? That's the only question I've got. Everything else, perfectly fine playing music that I have a legal right to play. But what about the music I can't just easily get rid of? On YouTube, it just means that I have to not monetize that content. But on Twitch, I'm not sure what it means. Which, I'm perfectly fine with my content not being able to be, like, revenue collecting on YouTube, because I'm not at the point where I have like 1,000 subs anyway. Like, I couldn't monetize my videos even if I wanted to. And I'm really not interested in monetizing speedrun VODs.
Always good to see a rookie making waves.
Need Father's Day ideas? No idea. Oh, hey, I'm in the Corrado now.
I like
Oh god, it's
style,
Ali.
yo. You got something. Listen up. I got a thing going over at the lot in Carson. You know it? Drop by sometime and we'll see how you drive when there's more than points at stake. You know what I'm saying? And this is between us, okay?
Oh, that was quick.
Keep it that way.
Wait, where am I going?
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Sorry, 11.
In 200 meters, turn left.
I don't want to devote the entire stream to talking about it, but the only real way to protect yourself from whatever's happening with Twitch and DMCA stuff is to just not play copyrighted music. Like, that is the only way you can truly protect yourself from it. Sweet. Hey, oh.
In 400 meters,
I mean, YouTube is supposed to have a system where when you tag a stream as being from a particular game, it will give you a blanket allowance in the context of that game to use some of the music,
Leave that.
but it doesn't always work.
You'll find it hard in that car.
And by it doesn't always work, I mean it pretty much never works. Like, all my VODs for Forza Horizon got claimed because of the intro music. all my VODs for Burnout Paradise get claimed because of Guns N' Roses.
Hey, you ever driven 150 down Rhode Island Avenue at night with no lights on? I didn't think so.
Avoid using that label's music again. Yeah, then you've got the situation where you're having to try and look through like 1,000-song playlist to try and find out what the label is for every bit of music that you're trying to play. Do you really have time for that? Do you care enough? No, I know you said it was from Reddit, but the question still remains. Like, do you care enough about the music that you're playing that you're going to spend that much time searching through to make sure that you've completely removed everything from a label just because they sent you one takedown? Only to find that another label gives you a takedown. No, I'm pretty sure most people would have the same response. No one's going to take the time to do that. But your options then, if you get taken a takedown, and if they had a policy that says, okay, don't play anything from our label anymore, your options are basically remove all of your music, or get a second takedown notice, and then potentially a third takedown notice, and then have your channel removed. Takedown you care about Burnout 3? Hell yeah. Yeah, I've seen discussions about, you know, the potential for like a rolling thing. Like if your channel is a certain size, in order to use music from a particular label, you'd have to pay like X amount. And then as your channel gets bigger and more people are watching it, that fee might go up. Which seems reasonable, but then you think there's so many labels out there, you're going to be paying through the teeth for all of them, potentially.
I can tell you're enjoying yourself. Never lose sight of that.
I mean, at least with the Monster Cat stuff, I'm paying $5 a month, but I'm only paying $5 a month because I'm just using one provider.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
And I'm perfectly happy with the terms of the arrangement to get their music on my stream. Also rip that 370Z. Cost up to 78p a day.
Turn around when it is safe to
Nah.
do so.
Well,
Recalculating
what was that flip?
In 200 meters, turn left. Turn
I
left.
should have just continued on to the next one.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Oh, I actually wanted to go up here. I got lost of which road I was on.
Recalculating route. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Onwards.
In 200 meters, turn left.
Uh,
In 100 meters,
I mean, it's definitely something you could inquire into.
turn right.
but there's probably loopholes surrounding it. There's probably something about the potential for how many people have access to the particular music that you're playing. Like with a cafe, they're probably charged up to like a certain number of patrons per day. Because you're not playing it in public, it's technically still private property. Rip them. Whereas Twitch, if you wanted the same standing on Twitch, you'd basically have to claim that your channel is private property, which you can't do on a public stream. Like again, this is all difficult, like difficult territory that we're going to have to learn where we stand. And as smaller content producers, we don't really stand very high up.
Don't be blue when I beat you, yo. It's something you get used to.
Hoping they miss you. I mean, I've already had clips taken down for the music used in them. So I know they're not blind to my channel. They get a notification? Nope. I just occasionally find that someone's made a clip during the stream, and when I go back to watch it later, it just doesn't work. Like, the link just stops working. And it just happens to always be ones that line up to muted sections of the VOD that it came from. Like, this is something that Twitch has done for a while. They've been deleting VODs if they can say without a shadow of a doubt that it uses particular music from some publishers. The actual issuing of formal notices is something that's just come around recently. Also, on the lighter side of switching music, can I say how much I've missed listening to Televisor? Vibing to the new tunes. Like, Televisor are probably one of my favorite artists on the label. £5 in your PayPal. I think it cost me £4.18 after conversion.
Me and the boys at Carson Lot got some new races.
Shut up, Ali.
If you game, you know what to do.
No one cares about your street races. You do? Well, you're on your own. As far as some of the NCS stuff. Like, NCS was another avenue I could have gone down, but because of how I've got the now playing thing set up, I do like having downloadable content. I do like having lossless content. And I like having things in an album format, and Monster Cat ticked all of those boxes. Whereas the NCS stuff you can't get in lossless, and it's all just singles.
100 meters, turn left.
Is that a good bloody hell or a bad bloody hell? It's one of those exclamations you can never tell. Oh, double conversion. Rip that cruiser. Can I remember where all of the signs are?
In 400 meters, turn left.
No! Damn it, Keel. Why? A suicidal maniac.
You're so close to the next. You're not allowed to. You're gonna struggle in that car. I'd recommend some upgrades before you enter.
Also, in terms of this playlist, I've only got stuff from the first 15 Monster Cat albums. There's a lot more that I still need to download and add. But it takes time to go through that much music and say like, yeah, I'll listen to that. I'll listen to that. Won't listen to that.
There are two kinds of drivers in this wonderful world. Me
The playlist will
and
grow over
everyone
time.
else.
Hi, incredibly long name that I unfortunately don't have a clue how to pronounce. I'm sorry. How's it going? Tiago, is that? The lowercase is throwing me off a bit. Welcome. Should I say welcome to a sorry attempt at a speedrun of a game I've not touched in a year and a half. Did I tag this stream as PB attempts? If I did, that was a mistake. Yo, Tomorrow, thank you very much for the resub, dude. Much appreciated. Speedy zoom zoom indeed. How are you doing this evening? Just any percent in speedrun? Good. Ah, come on. Come on, Subaru, you're supposed to do well off-road. I always hated these corners. My god. At least I'm still remembering that you can flip very easily if you go too far to the left there. You're getting quite a collection there. I need to have another go at the Rally DLC for this game sometime. That was pretty fun, but I only ever did like 1 or 2 runs of it. Have enough for a Yu-Gi-Oh deck.
Am I witnessing the birth of an honest-to-God race car driver?
Tournament ready. Yeah, Cal, if you had a 360, I think you'd enjoy this game. For the most part, it's a pretty laid-back speedrun. Bit on the long side, but I think you're mostly used to that. Boy, are you. Nice bounce. Yeah, if you see me doing like weird detours like that, it's because I'm driving to the outposts to unlock them, so I can fast travel later. I'm intentionally driving past where I need to go.
This kind of drive, this is just practice for the real scene, and they don't put that on the TV.
Yeah, there's a rally DLC that you can get for this game. They don't sell it in the Microsoft Store anymore, it's been delisted. But you can still get keys on Amazon. That's where I got my copy. But stocks are going to be limited. Yeah, bit hard. What is it with the back bumper just going straight up in the air? The 360 E-bag. I've got an E. I just went into CEX one day and just picked up whatever the best looking 360 they had on the shelf was.
You're really making progress. When you hit 225th, I'll be in touch about a showcase event I'm organizing.
Tempted to get an A. Could I buy a vowel? A. Okay, cool. Tempted to get an Xbox One for Forza. I assume Forza 4. Like Horizon 4. Although you've been playing that on PC, right?
You know, the more I watch you race, the more I'm convinced you've got what it takes. You ready to move up a tier?
Oh, for 1 and 2.
Central. Drop by to pick up your blue wristband.
Yeah, for a speedrun, I definitely would recommend this game. And thank you very much for the sub. Always loved Pfizer, Horizon.
Championships, bro. But that
You
ain't
mean
no
Forza
trophy,
Horza?
that's the skill. Let's see who's really the best. Out on the streets. I'll be waiting.
Shut up, Ali. Come on, give me the cutscene. Cool. I get to pour a drink.
Well done. This blue wristband means you're really proving yourself at the festival. Keep going.
I want that one, so I fast travel there. A McLaren F1 in 10 minutes. Ooh, I remember this one. This one's fun. Gran Turismo for life. Get out of here. I found Gran Turismo 4 to be pretty fun. But Gran Turismo 5 just... Gran Turismo 5 was a showcase of everything that was wrong with the PlayStation 3 when it first came out.
Keep left.
Like the fact you had to use invite codes to get friends into your game because there was no unified friends list at the time. I still remember like talking with a friend over MSN Messenger when that was a thing. Trying to share like a 25-digit code that they had to type in. It took us about an hour to get a game started. And then halfway through the race, like, we just both got booted off.
You will arrive at your destination.
Yeah, fun times.
Blue wristband events are going to be a big step up for you. Faster cars, tougher opponents.
Yeah, the amount of vehicles, like, they're like,
This might be as far
oh,
as
there's like
road is
1,000 vehicles in this game, but a lot of them were just minor variations of the same car. They just wanted to make the number as big as possible. Although I'm pretty sure the Forza Motorsport games were kind of guilty of the same thing.
I just love this moment. Adrenaline is my drug of choice.
I have to discover Clear Springs after this. If I can remember where the hell that one is. And that's a bit tighter than I was expecting. That looked cool until it wasn't. Excuse me. About 30 MX-5s. Oh god. So I don't know what changed, but I always used to play this game and pretty much every racing game under the sun in bumper cam. But recently I just, for some reason, started using follow cam, which I never used to get on with very well, and now it's fine.
You did well out there just now, but don't let the pressure get to you.
Where's Fat Lace Chase? Oh, it's on the way. If I play any of the Wipeouts, a long time ago, like PlayStation 1 era. Yeah, PJ, how's it going? Quote-unquote speedrun. Don't expect a particularly good time. I haven't played this game in a year and a half. But I will try my best. Yeah, Wipeout, I never really got on that well. Like, just the steering mechanics in that game were so
400
different that
meters, turn right.
kid me could not understand it. Okay.
Turn right.
Hey, look, it's cool.
In 400 meters, you will arrive
Hey,
at your
cool.
destination. You have
You know,
Warm.
your car is way too good for this event. You'll have to downgrade it.
I haven't thought anyone really ran this game. There's not many people that run it. It's basically Nim, Poker, myself, Viper's done a run of it, and Seven, who's like an actual sponsored racing driver. Like, he destroyed the category when he took it. I wanted to do an 80% run of Forza Horizon 4, but there isn't one. There's only an all races category, which is NG+. I don't really do NG+ runs. But unfortunately, Forza Horizon 4 doesn't really have any sort of end game. You just kind of keep doing races. And then eventually you run out of races. Whereas Horizon 1, you actually get like a big showdown at the end. If Horizon 4 had still had the same structure, I would have done runs of that. GT 400%? No. Didn't it take like 2 weeks for the guys to do it recently? Also, welcome back, Viper. $230 hours. Yeah, no thanks. Fucking bumper again. Viper, is this the same model of the Impreza that you have? Or is it a different year? Weight saving. Oh yeah, it's going to make all the difference. This is the older one? Ah. I was going to say, does your bumper pop off like this all the time? Your cactus is growing a forehead.
You're really getting the hang of racing at this level.
Warp to Finley Dam. I think I can do that. I didn't discover Finley Dam. I thought I drove back. Shit, I did a poker. I want the Recaro 70s rock out.
in 200 meters, turn right.
No, go.
In 200 meters, turn
Finley
right.
Dam.
Turn right.
That's about 10 minutes down the drain because I didn't get that warp. Come on, come on. Just relaxing cruise, yeah. Also, how are the volume levels? Like, how have they been?
In 400 meters, turn right.
Oh, I can just go down here. Whee! Damn it.
Hey, Mr. Popular.
Ah, the showcase event.
How about you event I mentioned. That car is an
Sounds good to you, but you're no expert. It's not about being an expert, it's just making sure that I'm clearly audible over everything else. Like nothing's drowning out anything else.
Hey, you tell me which one of these pedals is the brake? Forget it. Who needs brakes?
As long as you can hear me. I mean, the first time I started stream with the stream starting screen, I switched over from it and completely forgot to unmute myself. That was a terrible, terrible corner. Excuse me. I didn't even mean to do that. Also wondering how long before my controller disconnects. It's fully charged, but for some reason the controller that I got with my Xbox One likes to just randomly disconnect from time to time. Doesn't happen with the one that I use on my PC. It doesn't happen on the Xbox One if I use the one that I normally use on my PC with that. It's just the one that came in the box with the Xbox One just randomly disconnects every time. Like halfway through a run, it'll just decide that it doesn't want to play ball anymore. So I'm just wondering how far into the run before it does that. That was too fast. I played around with the idea of doing a toy car run, but I wasn't particularly happy with any of the toy cars that were available. If there was a toy Pioneer or a toy Nighthawk, I may have done it. But there was a small selection and I wasn't really happy with any of them.
Consistency is how you win championships. Keep those points rolling in.
No, I switched to the Mustang. Damn it.
Me and the boys
Shut up, Ali.
got some new races. If you're game, you know what to do. Get over there.
Right, where is the BBS showdown? Is it this one? No, it's this one.
In 100 meters, turn right. Turn right. Turn right.
Just have to unlock it. Then it's an NG Plus run.
I hear that a classic car has been found in a barn somewhere in Colorado. Finders, keepers. See if you can get there first.
What was the requirement to unlock it?
400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Oh, right, yeah. I mean,
When you pull
I could do that and then use it for a mainland run. Because I don't actually have to do any events then. But do I want to do all the time and Showtime road rules? Not really.
You know what? If you're too nervous,
I can think of many better uses of my time.
I'll give you a nudge if you need.
Like, doing an actual run. I guess I could mess around at some point and, like, make a save that's just got that bit done and then I can try it. But do I really want to put that much effort into a meme run? Pioneer % worked out pretty well just because, you know, you unlock it pretty quickly anyway. The only thing extra that you had to do was go out of your way to go and take it down. Excuse me. Trying to think for Seven's run, like I'm not sure what difficulty he actually uses. Whether he still uses easy or just runs against like expert level cars for extra money. I'm pretty sure his bonuses are like 100 and something %. Like, he makes a ton of cash throughout the run, so he can enter events that require much more expensive cars. But I'm not nearly good enough for that.
Okay. You keep on surprising
I've seen one gold in this run so far.
surprising me, that is.
About to lose a lot of time though. Because right now it says,
Me and the
warp
boys
to
at
Finley
Carson
Dam.
got some new
I
races.
can't.
If you're game, you know what to do. Get over there.
So now I have to drive all the way out here. Hey, Binder. Interesting name. I really should not have switched to the Mustang back when I did.
Turn left.
Thank you, GPS. Loving the Mustang love. This game does also have the Shelby that you like. But we don't use it in the run. I think there's like one Ford event that we enter. And we've already got a Mustang for it. That's not brown, that's red. What are you talking about? Hey look, I'm about to unlock Finley Dam that I don't think I warp to ever again. I should have come here earlier.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
That might be the first time I've not messed that turn up in a run. I usually just slam into it. Or go straight past it.
In 400 meters, turn left.
I would still be interested in doing a route to see how long it would take to do 100% of this game, but I don't think it was ever decided what
400
actually
meters,
counted for 100%.
arrive at your destination.
I wouldn't mind doing an all events run. Either works fine for me.
You have arrived at your destination.
Hey,
You gonna enter in that?
I want the
Don't you wanna
Mitsubishi.
upgrade it? There's no way you'll get your car into this event. You'll need to remove some of those parts before you can enter.
And to think I could have been here a lot earlier.
Dude, the girls say you look so cute on crutches.
Get ready for the best possible time to start counting up.
For you.
Long before I finish this. Damn it, Gruber. Get out of my way. Well, thank you for letting me turn. Hans Gruber. Yeah, if you liked Cool earlier, don't worry, he's going to make a comeback. Alongside his buddy Funk. Yeah, I think in the next wristband we race against Funk and Cool at the same time. Oh yeah, Viper, if you're still around, do you ever feel like playing this game again? I know that the last time you ran it, it didn't end too well because you didn't have the route notes open, or you'd forgotten what... I think you forgot what one of the place names was. But, you ever feel like you want to play this game again? It's quite long, but it's good fun. That's true, yeah. One thing that surprised me with Horizon 4 is if you play on PC, you always get human drive avatars, even if you don't have an Xbox Live subscription. Which really tripped me out because I was trying to practice a drift around a corner and one of the drive avatars just like pulls up and starts watching me. It's like, you're not an AI. But you don't get on the Xbox that you don't get that on the Xbox version. Which kind of made me not want to play it on the PC. Not even there and still ramming people off in spirit. I quite clearly hit that pole with the front of my car, but it gave me a side swipe.
Another great result. You're really shaping up.
Oh, 2 minutes down the drain.
You're a man on a mission. There's a pink wristband at Race Central with your name on it. See you there.
All right, pink, orange, purple, and gold left to do.
Try again. Just you and me. I'll give you my car if you beat me.
Hey, more cutscene.
Hey, a pink wristband. People are starting to talk about you as a potential champion. Keep it up.
What am I doing? Horizon Mega Tune. What the fuck is that? I think it's that one. Nope. That one? Yeah. Mega Tunes. I'm doing this in the Corrado. Hey, you just spin out.
In 400 meters, turn left.
This isn't the Corrado.
Turn left. In 200 meters, keep left. Keep left. In 100 meters, keep right. In 400 meters.
God, I'm gonna flip here, aren't I? Oh no, I'm okay.
Turn right.
No!
400 meters, turn right.
The Coronado.
Turn right.
Hanson.
400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Almost flipped it.
You made it through to the pink event, so you must be doing something right. Maybe Dak was right about you.
Am I using Groove CDs as my player? No?
Your car is an I know you're confident, but come on. Get some upgrades on your ride if you don't want to struggle at the back of the pack.
If that was a serious question about the music player that I'm using, I use Music B. If it was a meme, then damn, you got me.
They say that money can't buy you happiness. When I win this race, I'll say they are wrong.
Get some upgrades. I mean, it is a Mega Tune. I just love any kind of like, not really a sim, but not really like super arcadey game where everyone's trying to take it seriously in the game, and you just like slam your way to the front. Just use everyone else to turn. Yeah, this Corrado definitely feels different now. Like, it gets into a slide pretty easily now, but it also comes out of a slide like super easy as well. Nope. 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 Come on. Forwards. Don't flip.
Nice. You really pulled that one out of the bag.
I would be happy though for this run to go under 6 hours. Which it should. Hi. It's a Viper. Oh, hey, it's a Viper. Oh, you going back for more practice? If so, good luck. Show it who's boss. How long have you got until the marathon showing? Did you say it was Saturday?
Hey, what good is it if you're clever driver when you're driving a piece of crap like that? You not have the coupons, huh?
Just casual this time. Probably a good idea to just refamiliarize yourself with the route for all the collectible things. Just making sure you get used to, like, after this ramp you turn around and get this billboard, or you get this smash or something like that. Just like improve that muscle memory so that you can focus more on the racing and less on the route or the stunts. Running a different game tomorrow. What's she running? Also, Saturday at 7 PM, I will try and be there, because I will not be streaming at that time. Lego races? Ah. You guys have done a few Lego games, haven't you? When are you cracking out Lego Island 1? That game was the shit. I would enjoy seeing you all try and play that game, if you can even get it to work. It's pretty old. Stick it on the list for me. No, my bumper again. Why is it always the bumper? Yeah, just Lego Island.
Up the points. I'm liking this.
G-Shock Ridge Rave. There's a power cable between my legs. I don't want the pink ones. I want the pink ones, sorry. G-Shock Ridge Rave is... where? Ah, okay.
Hey, it's Alice. If you want to earn some more cash, you can challenge other festival drivers to
That's what
race
you call it.
and keep them
Shut
out
up.
on the road. Just pull up behind them to issue a challenge.
In 400 meters,
Excuse me. Sorry.
turn left. Turn right.
That sucks, Cal. I think Lego Island was the only Lego game that I ever played. Oh god, I'm on a golf course. How did I get here? Nope. How many bumpers have I been through? Every time this car respawns, it just immediately loses its bumper again. Oh god. that actually kind of helped. Where am I going? I'm about a third of the way through, and I'm already going insane. Submitted? Awesome. I look forward to seeing that come up on the list like 3 years from now.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination. You have arrived at your destination.
I was not paying attention.
Take it from me. The crowd,
Using the Mitsubishi.
you've got talent, but your car can
And I
be
was
better.
supposed to skip the upgrades,
Put
damn it.
upgrades on it, and you'll stand a better chance in this
Hopefully that
event.
doesn't bankrupt me later. I think I did a test run at some point that I just went for all upgrades and I still managed to make it through the run. But it came super close to not having enough money.
In Ukraine, we say driver like you is putting neck on tree stump. I am looking forward to bringing down the axe.
Alright, made it through most of the pack. And I only killed 2 people. And thanks for stopping by, and good luck with your practice. Hopefully you don't end up with a controller embedded in your wall. Or you don't uninstall the game and just never touch it again. You'll get there. As I said before, like both in your stream and earlier, Big Surf Island is just rough. Like, it's so small and compact, it's difficult to put up with all of its bullshit that it can throw at you. Yeah, as dudes can definitely back up. Yo, dudes, maybe you'd want to get in on the 75% runs. Where you don't have competition from burning rubber. A bumper again. I guess this always happened before when I was playing this game. I just never noticed because I always played in bumper cam.
AAA results. Keep it up.
Yeah, I'll stay in the Subaru. Which I keep calling a Mitsubishi because that's what's in my notes. Next up is that one. I need to discover Red Rock Heights. No, please. My bumper and my spoiler. Oh, good. Yeah, I used to use Fubar 2000, but man, that gets rough when you want to do any kind of customization. Yeah, it's unfortunate with the copyright stuff. It kind of kills off the ability to do any kind of song requests. Unless you have a moderator that's always around to monitor the queue and make sure that you can't request anything that's not, like, from particular labels. Which, no one's got the time to go and look up every single artist and work out what label they're on, just to make sure that it's okay to play in a stream.
In 100 meters, turn right. Turn right. In 100 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
I think you'd have a hard time finding someone that would even want to do
Not so fast.
that for, like,
Car is way
a
too big
position.
for this event. You'll have to downgrade it before you can enter.
I mean, effects for that would be having song requests, but rewriting the song request system to only accept things from particular channels. So you could request things like Monster Cat or NCS. Because they're all still posted to one channel. Actually, no, the Monster Cat stuff's posted to 2 now. Because they split the label and it's now Uncaged and Instinct. His bumper! Haha, I'm dealing the damage back. I will steal everyone's bumpers. Coming for your bumper, Baron. No, it's just going to end up losing me a race. No. Damn it, Mitchell's getting away. Like, other competitions have those belts. In here, it's just, they put bumpers around your waist. Or they just drape it over your shoulders. There's a bumper. Like, screw racing for medals or anything, it's just you race for bumpers. The modern day pink slip. He who collects the bumper owns the car. Bumper cam. Gotta look at the bumper. Ow. I mean, I could see myself doing more runs of this game if it wasn't for the fact that I'm 21 minutes behind first place. That's kind of daunting. I do not have 21 minutes of time save.
Officials will let that car into this event. Strip off some of those parts before you enter it.
This car I worry about. Many new components not been fully tested. But no problem, as beating you isn't much of a challenge.
This guy's such a dick. It's funk. Funk. No. Don Funk and Jerome Cool. Those are names. No, I hit the... Move! Why? That was close. Yeah, Cal, if you do get a 360 and you decide to run this game, the best thing about it is it doesn't crash like Need for Speed. Usually a pretty good selling point.
The drivers are starting to talk about you. Way to go, racer boy.
The developers worked pretty hard on that one. Right, warp to Clear Springs. That's Clear Spring? That's Montano Plains. Clear Springs is this one? Yes. Hold up. I mean, I kind of have to drive.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Ooh.
Turn right.
Fucking move.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Just perfectly blocking me as I wanted to turn.
Turn right. In 200 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Nailed it. That's pretty cool.
In 400
Yeah, there's some stuff on like a very indie label that YouTube's been recommending recently. Might be worth inquiring about as well.
You have arrived.
You know the drill.
But
That ride is
I've
way
been
too
linking
fast
you
for this event.
recently to a lot of the stuff from Valiant
You get
Hearts.
straight in.
they're pretty much like entirely self-promoted, self-distributed. So I might shoot a message to Tom, the vocalist, see what his stance is. Because their Odyssey album, I pretty much have... I do have every single track from the album on my old stream playlist. Like, there wasn't a single track in that entire album that I just thought, maybe not. Move it, Funk. Yeah, look, it's Funk and Cool in one race. Funk and Cool! The best duo. No! Every time. I get a bumper counter? I should. Exclamation mark bumper. Anyone have any idea how many times I've lost my bumper so far? I guess a spoiler as well. If I do this again, I will definitely implement an exclamation mark bumper. Somehow I managed to hold on to that. Not enough. You're right, I should lose more. Achievement unlocked. Leave a bumper on every single road. Doesn't have to be your own. Bumper percent. Better car defamation than newer titles. Really? VW Dub Club. Not that one. Oh yeah, you warp here.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Oh, sorry.
In 200 meters.
Straight into a van.
Right.
What is this, Burnout?
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
Sweet.
Your car is way too good for this event. You'll have to downgrade it before the officials will let you enter.
I remember someone accused me of cheating when I had the world record for this game because my run was so much faster. It's like, dude, you're running on the 360 version against the Xbox One version. You're going to be a bit slower. It's Funkin' Park. Did you respond to him? Or did you just leave it as is? Because if you'd asked him, like, okay, what is the world record? You wouldn't have got a response. Probably. World record community? Do we have our own Discord server just for the world record holders? I wouldn't know, I'm not in it. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That actually helped a bit and didn't lose my bumper. Could do with going a bit faster though. This playlist is just a wave of nostalgia. I haven't listened to most of this stuff since like 2014. Memories of being trendy. Oh yeah, Cal, I asked earlier what the Linus Tech Tips theme was. Do you remember which album it was from? I haven't reached it yet. I'm only up to 15. I remember that, but do you remember which, like, compilation album it was from? Only 7 minutes behind right now. Ish. I don't think it is. Oh. That's a shame. I'll have to check whether I have rights to it.
That was cool. I'm getting hang of this now. One more race. Marco versus Lucky Boy. You can keep car if you win.
starting to worry about you.
Orange time. Lotus up first. It's licensable? Hell yeah. I mean, I'd assume it would be licensable, seeing as Linus Tech Tips has licensed it. I've got Frost. Then again, a channel that large can probably waive some rights somewhere and get a normally unlicensable version.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Add it to altitude. Which one was that?
Turn right. In 400 meters, you will arrive at
Give me the number.
destination.
20? Okay, I'm not too far off then.
You surprised everybody by getting this far. And
Let's
something
buy a
tells me
Lotus.
You're gonna go further than the Orange Wristband events. First, you'll have to beat Zaki Malik, though. That guy isn't so polite on the track, believe me.
Hopefully that background music was quiet enough to not get me a strike.
An ordinary driver like yourself trying to beat.
I see, I'm buying a Lotus here and we literally use it in like 3 races.
How exciting.
Which is still better than the Ferrari that we use in 2. Or the roof car that we buy later, which we use literally in 1 event and then never again. This one's got a nice meaty bumper. Let's see if we can lose this one. Okay, we can completely lose everything. Of course, I don't have rewinds. As part of the risk of doing this run is you don't get rewinds until the very end. Meaty. He's a thick boy. Excuse me, everyone. Thank you for going slow for me. That's some solid life advice right there. Life advice. I can words. Actually, Cal, could you add a quote for my bumper? Lice advice. Thank you. I'm glad I managed to get the capture card working again. I was going to be so annoyed if I had to cancel the stream tonight because that didn't work, or switch games. Bit chilly. It's just for show.
The crowds are loving you.
Didn't this play earlier?
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I have like 12 hours of music in this playlist, and I'm pretty sure this played earlier.
Left.
Fuck's sake, shuffle.
There's a rumor going around about a new barn find. Check your map.
In 200 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Nightbot only ever plays Hailstorm, yeah. Let's get a Ferrari. I want the F355 Challenge. That one. Everyone else using their really fancy Ferraris, and I'm stuck with this thing. Damn it. I'm racing the entirety of Bristol. No, no. Watch out for statues. Oh god. Scoobs me. I always hated that turn. No, 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 no. Don't spin. Looks pretty good from the back, but I've probably damaged the front quite a bit.
Am I witnessing the birth of an honest-to-God race car driver?
Yay, the controller disconnected. I told you it would eventually. Warp to Clifton Valley. What the fuck is Clifton Valley? Is that one? Okay, yeah. I want the Steel
Turn
Slam.
around when it is safe to do so.
I didn't die taking the shortcuts.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Berg.
In 200 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
No. Paul Berg. Oh god. He's found me.
The officials won't let you into this event unless you... There's no way you'll get your car into this event. You'll need to remove some of those parts before you can enter.
Wait for Munchie to appear. Darius Flint is actually David Munchie.
They say that motor racing is a rich man's sport. I say it's no sport.
That's my new
It's
canon.
a battle to the death.
I'm pretty sure there isn't a Jarrett in this game. That'd be kind of freaky. Do you mind? Guys. Thank you for telling me how many roads I've driven. It really matters right now. Jarrett and cars don't go well together. That they do not. Jarrett and anything doesn't really go too well together. Yeah, Cal, I'll let you check off the completion of this viewer's choice at your leisure whenever you feel I've completed enough of the run. Be that all of it or before. Doth have been done. Excellent. So I'm okay to quit here, right then? Actually, I'm almost halfway. I don't know, this game's weird. The first half like flies by, and then the late game just trickles along. The last race is like 10, 12 minutes long. But I never said that. And I can just delete it. They don't know that, but I know that.
You know, the more I watch you race, the more I'm convinced you've got what it takes.
Gotta make sure I don't switch back to the Corrado. Never said what? Hey, you're not tricking me. Fuck you, Stark. What didn't I say? The thing that you typed.
You notice? You're not allowed. Not so fast. That car is way too good for this event. You'll have to downgrade it before you can enter.
I'm not saying it. Oh God, I have a message from work.
Stars in this glorious universe. Only some of us shine brighter than others.
In some places I purposefully hit the signs because I want to get extra cash for doing particular things. I occasionally see at the bottom of the screen that I hit milestones that gives me extra money. I need to get as much money as possible, otherwise I can't afford some of the late game cars. Buying all the replacement bumpers, exactly. Oh, he's dead. Mean. Just think about it, someone has to keep putting these signs back up, and I just come along and smash them again. I'm not really focusing at the moment because I'm worried about what the message from work is. Right before I went live, they said, hey, could you do this thing? And I'm like, I'm kind of busy right now. I'll do it tonight.
You did well out there just
I hope they've
now.
not sent me a message saying, you haven't done it yet. Let's have a look. Okay. Nothing urgent. Where am I going? Carson Challenge. Message saying to add quote 13. No.
In 100 meters, turn left.
Literally no.
Left. In 100 meters, keep right. In 100 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Whoa.
Illegal
There's
car?
No way the officials will let that car into this event. Strip off some of those parts before you enter it.
Oh god, I just noticed later on, warp to Finley Dam. Thankfully I've actually discovered it this time.
An ordinary driver like yourself trying to beat a highly skilled prince like me. How exciting.
Just a reminder that this is the game that I bought on a whim, and is the thing that I've used my Xbox One the most for, despite not being an Xbox One game. In fact, I've barely used this Xbox One to play any Xbox One games. When I say barely any, I mean one. Money well spent. My games library installed on this box is like entirely 360 games. And I have a 360. I have a 360 that I only bought to play an original Xbox game. I've bought the next generation of Xbox to play the previous generation's games. Twice.
You're really getting the hang of racing at this level.
I am good with money. Gillette Valley Sprint is not that one. That's Aston Martin. Galaxy Brain, hell yeah. Play PS1 emulator instead.
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right. In 400 meters,
It's like the people that spend thousands on a new computer and then just play Minecraft.
turn right.
I mean, Minecraft can use all that power, mostly because it's unoptimized as shit.
Turn right. Turn right. In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
No, come on, come on, come on.
You have arrived at your
No.
Come on.
I might have been born with a silver spoon in my mouth, but I
900 feet of 10. Ouch. I remember when top of the line graphics cards were like 350 at most. Prices now are just ridiculous. Like on their releases, I had a 680, I had a 780 Ti, and then when like the 9 series and 10 series came out, I just skipped multiple generations because I just couldn't pay for that like top tier anymore. Even now, when I finally upgraded, I went for the 2060 and not anything higher. Which is kind of annoying because like 2 weeks later they announced the 2060 Super for the same fucking price. So color me a bit annoyed at that. Is your RAM DDR3 or DDR4, Cal? I'm still on DDR3. My bumper. There's that light tap on the corner. Oh god. Ah, during the mining craze, yes. Fun times. Just over $1,000 for a setup that should really cost 1,600. That's you got those figures around the right way. That sounds like a pretty good deal. Oh, over $2,000. Sorry, it split the line. Yeah, that's not a good deal. I thought it said $1,000. I was like, that's a good thing. Come on. That tree! The hitbox is so much wider than you think. They're still chugging? Isn't chugging a bad thing in tech terms? A spoiler. Do I still have a front bumper at least? Maybe. I do.
Consistency is how you win championships. Keep those points rolling in.
What am I doing now? G-Shock 90s Classic in the Corrado. Which is that one? Hey look, I've got a new bumper. Can I make it to the event without losing it?
In 400 meters, you will
Oh
arrive
God.
at your destination.
No. No, I can't.
That car isn't eligible.
Damn it. I didn't even hit the back of the car.
They say that motor
Recall it on
racing is a
warranty.
rich man's sport. I say it's no sport.
I hit the car like square in the side. And the bumper still popped off. Well, there's another Subaru. Let's see if it has the same problem. Nope. His bumper's just fine. Of course. No one else has that issue at all. The meme category. Just this run. Just, of course, at the first sign of trouble, my bumper comes off. Oh, did he have one of, like, did he have one of the model that I'm racing against, or just another Lancia? Yeah, the Delta, ooh. I don't know much about cars, so when it comes to like valuing things and like memorable models, I'm useless. $40K.
Okay, you keep on surprising me. Pleasantly surprising me, that is.
Right, Brembo Italiano with the Ferrari. Is this guy gonna hit me? Okay, no. Didn't really need to.
400 meters,
Bug!
you'll arrive at your destination.
That's for not showing up to Simon's appointment.
You have arrived at your destination.
I had to get the sign.
You'll find it hard in that car. I think you should upgrade it before you enter the event.
I was also supposed to skip those upgrades. I might run out of money at some point.
We are all stars in this glorious universe. Only some of us shine brighter than others.
Oh god, it's this corner. Every time I like drift around a corner like that, I'm expecting my bumper to just pop off. Whacker. What are you trying to say? Damn it, Ferrari, get out of the wall. I'm still in orange. The cars at this stage are still relatively well behaved. When I start getting into late purple, early gold, they get really unstable. Yeah, I do have a copy of Project Gotham 4 that I need to play at some point. I picked it up for £1 but never actually got around to playing it. So maybe I'll do a PGR4 stream at some point. So I forgot how loud the cars get.
Another great result. You're really shaping up.
Oakley British Elite. It's not that one. Or that one. I'm still in orange. Come on. Funk!
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Hey, it's Alice. I'm hearing
No,
about
Herb.
another barn find.
Ha, I got your bumper. I was as far left as I could go and he still closed the gap. Shit. You'll be pleased to know I don't drive in real life. Yet.
In 400
Oop.
meters, you will arrive at your destination. You have arrived at your destination.
A few more points will
The
close.
less scared you are.
You can't end this.
The more you think about it, maybe the more scared everyone else is. You ever think about that?
An ordinary driver like yourself trying to beat a highly skilled prince like me. How exciting.
No one has to know. Hey. I'm a spoiler. That's when you make the mistake of bumping a car that looks like theirs but isn't actually theirs. You think you're going to sneak up and surprise them, you bump into the back of them and a very angry person gets out. I'm sure that'd go down perfectly well. You just tell them if they ever see you in future, they can do the same back.
Nice. You
Bumper for a bumper.
I'm swinging
I could
past
do with that right now.
I'll catch you there.
I underestimated you. That wristband is a triviality, but my pride is not. We must race again. And if you win this time, my car is yours.
On your bike bust.
Great work. The purple wristband is the second highest you can win. Get through these events, and you've got a shot at the title.
You should see me try and type messages on the phone. I swear swipe typing doesn't work for me anymore. Like, at all. Where the fuck is this one? There it is. It doesn't help either that for the few things that I need to type in Swedish whenever I go to ESA, whenever I'm talking about a particular place or something, I have SwiftKey set to use both the English and Swedish keyboards. Doesn't matter which keyboard I'm using, all of the suggestions are in Swedish.
In 400 meters, turn left.
And I will swipe what seems to be perfectly what I mean to type, and it's like, oh, did you mean this Swedish word that uses sort of the same positions on the keyboard?
Keep left.
No.
Keep left. In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Controller virus.
You have arrived.
Through to the purple wristband in your rookie year. Amazing driving. You remind me of Darius Flint when he first showed up at Horizon. I hope you're different, though. You're gonna struggle in that car. I'd recommend some upgrades before you enter.
It keeps advertising all these things I can't buy anymore because they delisted the game.
Wow, you're really gonna try racing at this level? That's so funny.
That is a nice Jag. Didcock? It's funny because it starts with did. Oh my god. At least we've proven I can't lose the bumper on the Lotus. I can just lose everything else instead. Yeah, I'm sure they're roaming around somewhere. Is he unibody? Probably. Looks like it. Damn it, Stevens. That would be amazing if that happened, but I don't think they ever intended for it. That's a bit faster than I wanted. I saw the red line and kind of just ignored it. I need to stop going so wide. This is not Burnout. Like, the braking line shows up and I wait until it's like completely red before I put the brakes on. Damn it. Off the wall. That's a wall. I mean, it killed my speed. I can't complain too much. Oh, come on. That would have been great if I hadn't lost all of my speed. Oh yeah, the number that you keep seeing pop up at the top of the screen, where it's like 180 at the moment, that's my popularity ranking. By the end of the game, it only ever reaches like 110. You have to do so much to get to the top in this game.
You just keep piling up the points. I'm liking this.
Ooh, Nissan time.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
You get to go buy the car that we used for the very last event. Also, I still haven't heard what I sounded like earlier when the mic was playing up. So I've got... Hopefully it captured it as well, but I can see how terrible that was. No, 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 no. There we go. Nailed it. It was beepy boopy. I mean, I got that much. No.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
You're good.
I'm buying this in white because I like it in white. Also, this is a GTR Black Edition. Doesn't seem very Black Edition to me.
Oh my god, you're the no-namer? So sweet you're joining us in this race. More losers make me look even better.
Does that look Black Edition to you? I do like the fact that there is a past challenge that keeps coming up at the bottom there. Like, congratulations, here's 15,000 credits because you overtook people. Here's 20,000 because you drove behind people. I'm most of the way towards the sideswipe challenge, which is congratulations, here's a ton of money because you drove really poorly, but you did it sideways. Like, who pays for this? That was a bit wide. Yeah, I've still got a few more cars to buy. In 45 minutes or something like that, I buy a Lamborghini. Oh no. Cal. Funnily enough, someone else has actually just started running that game, so I might have to defend my position. I'm going to have to relearn that one, though.
AAA results.
0 points. Was that literally all of your points, then? All 100k gone. Old Spice Mega Muscle. Where is this one? There it is.
Turn around when
Oh.
it is safe to do so.
Sorry, Viper. Viper's real name is Pelton. When would you like your Hitman run?
You will arrive at your destination.
I can't really do it this week because I'm going to have to go and relearn how to do it.
You have arrived.
Literally now. Sure.
You gonna enter? In that? Don't you wanna upgrade it first?
I'll have to do it next week or something.
I guess there's no point telling us who you are when you're about to go out of the competition and all.
Now, are you redeeming Hitman because that's now my next oldest played game? Or do you actually want to see a Hitman run? I think I did one stream of it. Got a couple of PBs, submitted the best, and then never touched it again. I'm gonna have to refamiliarize myself because there's a few places where you have to do some kind of complex stuff to avoid being detected, but still do things quickly. Just to avoid like an intense shootout. Because with any percent, you've basically got two avenues to go down. You can either just like do cheesy shots that distract people and then assassinate your target. Or you can just, if things go wrong, grab a hostage and then just shoot everyone. Like, you're still part if everyone's dead. My bumper! The Mustang looks so naked without the bumper. Kill everyone? Oh god. In some of the levels, that's a lot of people. I don't think there's enough ammo. I might have to take a custom thumbnail for this video. Just like lose my bumper, go into photo mode and just take a photo of the bumper lying on the ground with me drifting off around the corner. Machine for pigs soon. Zoom TM.
I knew I saw the speed.
Oh yeah, golded Nissan Max. I miss Max. What am I doing? Adidas Rock Rage. That doesn't sound healthy. I'm doing this in the GTR.
Turn left. In 100 meters,
No.
you will arrive at your destination.
for grown-ups, because I don't want to see tears when I whip your ass.
Holy shit, I can see the bottom of my spreadsheet. Getting close. Still got over 2 hours left to go. Every song's in its own album. Aw. The gone! When I eventually move to a new computer, I'm going to have to reinstall Music B and set it all back up again. I can't remember half the options that I selected to get things just how I want. I know there were some pretty obscure things that I had to tweak. So that's going to be fun. So how easy does a GTR's bumper come off? It's holding for now. I wasn't even trying then. You still enjoying your purchase, Cal? Oh, good. After this, I need to work out if I even have Hitman installed right now. Am I enjoying driving cars? Mostly. I'm having more fun destroying the bumpers of cars.
The drivers are starting to talk about you. Way to go, racer boy.
Gladstone Creek. Where the hell is Gladstone Creek? Oh, it's that one. I'm looking for G-Shock Storm Run. Hey, it's the Viper from the start.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
Well, the spoiler went.
In 200 meters, you will arrive at your
Hog
destination.
Champion. That's how you turn up to an event.
You know the drill by now. That ride is way too fast for this event. Downgrade it though, and you'll get straight in.
One thing you get to do with your own music collection that you don't get to do with like Spotify and things, although Spotify kind of does it a bit themselves. If you select an entire album and do Control-Shift-V, you can like volume match everything. If you volume match for both per song and per album, then depending on the context that you're playing it in, you just get like an even volume level for each song. And from an event for being too fast. Yeah, it's just handy so you know that whatever comes up on the playlist is going to be roughly the same volume. It's not perfect, but you're not going to have to keep reaching for the volume controls every time a song changes. You don't get that control with like YouTube links and Spotify and things because, well, everyone has a different idea of what their like ideal loudness is. If you select an entire album of songs and just do Control-Shift-V, it'll bring up the options. And you want to select per song and per album. Shit. I tried to thread the needle. Oh god, I'm limping. I thought this was just cosmetic damage. Move on. That was a dumb mistake. Great wreckage. Story of my life. Let's not do the same thing again. I just did it on the other side. That corner. I got one more lap. Can I get around that corner one time? Like, properly? Nim always used to go for the shortcut there of like really cutting it in on the left-hand side, but I could never get it to work. Now, come on. Please. Hold on, I'm driving the Subaru and I still have my bumper. What is this? I've got to do something about that. Not good enough. Come on, take the bumper. That is not how you take the bumper. Shit. Welp. Whoever glued the bumper back on this time did a really good job. Could I get a marker for that one, please? It's true, 3 keg. I made it round. Mostly. And wheezed real bad. I have like 3 different ways of laughing at things that happen, and I hate all of them. All of yours are wheeze. No! No, shit. That is not how that works, and... Shit. Shit.
Always good to see a rookie making waves.
Still got points. I thought I was closer to the finish. I need to actually win it, I think. We'll see. Bondurant Super GP. What the hell is that? Oh, there it is. Dead run, must restart. Ah, you're right.
In 200 meters, turn
If I need to do the event again, I'll do it. Hopefully I can just continue. I was kind of hoping I'd just like roll backward over the finish. New skate game confirmed? Really? Like, as in from the actual skate game series, or from like, is it like session or something?
meters, turn sharp right.
So I'd definitely be down for Skate 4.
Turn sharp right.
Unless you just mean, oh, I should have teleported here.
100 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Like, is it Skate 4 or... Yeah, welcome back, Nim. Run is, I just lost an event. Well, I came second. Hopefully it's still enough. That was a mess. Is it Skate 4 or is it like Skate something? Yeah, Yonko Dukes just said. I mean, I lost the event because it was my fault. I was dicking around. I tried to do a handbrake turn over the finish, but did it way too early.
Zip this race suit. When I win this championship, it'll be $1 million for just a smile.
NFS Heat on PS5. Oh, it's this circuit that I have to do like 10 times before the end of the run. 35 minutes of Star Wars. Which reveal is this? Like, it's not Sony's anymore. Is this Microsoft or EA? Okay, that makes sense. Le Mans of Forza Horizon, or Forza Horza. No, honestly, the circuit doesn't look too, like, unlike the Le Mans course. It's got that long straight with the weird chicane on it. Yeah, I was dicking around trying to lose my bumper over the finish line, but it really didn't work. I love with how fast this car gets towards the end of the game that quite often the braking line will show up on straight roads. It's like, you're going too fast for this road, please slow down. Even though it's just a straight line for the next 2 miles. But it'll still show a red line, just be like, slow down please. Speed limit 50. No. Damn it. I wonder how Viper's getting on with Burnout Paradise. If he's not thrown his controller out the window yet. I hope things go well for him on Saturday for the run. For the marathon. But he's dealing with a very fickle game that doesn't like to cooperate on the best days. No. I think Starsky and Hutch is the game that I first watched you play, Cal. You did it for your little, like, uni marathon or whatever it was. I think it's also one of the first games that I watched Viper run that he really didn't get on with. Leaked new Left 4 Dead maps? What? Like, for a new Left 4 Dead game? Or are they finally, like, putting out more content for Left 4 Dead 2? I should run big rigs. I'll pass. Unless you mean Cal, in which case, yes, do it. I would not mind a Left 4 Dead 3. No. Solid answer. I mean, how dare you? VR. You couldn't do a Left 4 Dead VR. If you were playing on the infected team and you tried to charge as the charger, you're taken for a ride. I do eventually want to turn this room into a VR space, or just like a streaming and gaming space. But money. Spawning right in the corner. The witch's spit? You mean the spitter? Witches don't spit. Witches just mope in a corner until you poke them, and then they kill you. Oh god, the boomer. Yeah, that's some nightmare fuel right there. Just turn around and get a face full of it. Actually, nightmare fuel for some, a Friday night at the pub for some others. The 24-hour Le Mans is almost over. This time. Now don't spin it over the finish. As tempting as it is.
I can tell you're enjoying yourself. Never lose sight of
I
that.
just meant the vomiting part, not the exploding part. The best possible time of 5:41 is still not that bad.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Oh god, I don't have that clip anymore. I had to delete it. Like, please turn around when it's safe to do so. So I turn and then immediately hit one of the driver towers. Well, it wasn't safe.
There's another barn find rumor going around Horizon. Check it out.
Turn right.
No! What kind of a fucking name is Culbertson? I apologize to anyone who might be watching this in the future with the surname of Culbertson. What the fuck?
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Yeah, Blitzen. I do have Horizon 4. I'm just... I don't know, most of my stuff that I do is speedrun focused, and the speedrun for that game is kind of lacking.
Your car is an
So I don't really play it that much. But I do have it. But I find it hard to pick it up for more than like 20-30 minutes before I get bored again. As much as I really want to like it.
Wow, you're really gonna try racing at this level? That's so funny.
I would speedrun it if there was an actual end game. Some people have said that the end game is like the really long race event, but in that case you don't have to bother with like most of the events in the game. You just wait until you can pick your discipline, do all the races, and then never touch like off-roading or anything. I don't like that. Whereas Horizon 1 and I guess Horizon 2 still had some kind of linearity to them. They still had some anchoring, which I like. There's a speedrun to do all events in Forza Horizon 4, but it's New Game Plus, which means you can just use whatever car you want, like with whatever upgrades you want. And I don't really want to sink time into a category like that. I prefer starting from scratch for speedruns. No, 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 come on. Turn, little Corrado. Who smashed all my lights out? It's that little bonk. Also, Monster Cat 7 was the best album. Fight me. Cliff did cock. Absolutely. don't switch to the Corrado. That would be a mistake. Up to Finley Dam. Is it that one? No, I'm definitely not using the Chevy. Want that one. From there. Yeah, so long as I can keep this run under 6 hours, I'll be happy. Come on, round the corner.
In 400 meters, turn right.
It's Berg.
Turn right.
Damn it.
Recalculating route.
I was kind of hoping that that would be demolishable, but it wasn't.
Calculating route.
Come on.
In 100 meters,
You can't
Using
end
the
this
old
event with your car.
Mitsubishi Subaru.
Your car's way too good for this event. You'll have to downgrade it before the officials will let you enter.
It's Mr. Berg, not Dr. Berg. He's working on it. Hey, it's advertising popularity spike again that I can't buy.
Oh my god, you're the no-namer?
What's my favorite car?
You're joining us in this race. More losers make me look even better.
If it's available, I usually end up picking the Nissan 370Z. I was a huge fan of the 350Z, but you know, the 370Z is like a modernized version that still looks pretty close to the original. It's a shame I don't get to use it in this run, though. What's yours? Oh, so you don't have to worry about the highlight your message thing. Like, my chat's still small enough that I can pretty much read everything. If I ever do miss a message and it's been like 3 or 4 minutes, just send it again and I'll respond. Back here, Harper. No. She didn't die. I know the bumper's like holding up really well now. It must be because I'm running this at A class right now. Like part of the weight reduction package, like they replaced the bolts that were so fragile with just a load of glue. A bit wide. Oh god, oh god. No, never mind. Never mind. The glue lasted a pretty long time though. I'll definitely order another tube of that. Two races instead of two turns, absolutely. Please, please, no.
Am I witnessing the birth of an honest-to-God race car driver?
Where do I want to go now? That one? It is.
Turn around when it is safe
Nope.
to do so.
There we go. It was not safe to do so. Oh god.
Turn left.
We good, we good. And the bumper stayed on. If and when I start driving, I'm going to have to get a bumper sticker that says, "How's my driving?" and put it on the bumper. Because you know it's going to end up getting left somewhere if I drive anything like this. Come on. Come on.
In 400
I swear I can drive.
you will arrive at your destination.
There's no way you'll get your car into this event. You'll need to remove some of those parts before you can enter.
Yeah, from this point, I'd say there's about 2 hours left.
I guess there's no point telling us who you are when you're about to go out of the competition and all.
Shitty older Subaru. Eh, it's Didcock again. Get him. There he is. Bit too much braking there. I'm not looking forward to the final race there. That thing is rough even on a good day.
You know, the more I watch you race, the more I'm convinced you've got what it takes.
Warp to Montano Plains. Which is where? That's that one, right? Okay.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I think it's safe to do so. I've never been wrong before.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Threading the needle.
Turn right.
Oh hey, it's this one! The one I turned up to upside down, which spawned the please sign me up clip. Which
That wristband?
I think I've still got actually. It didn't have any music in because it was in the race.
Not so fast. That car is way too good for this event. You'll have to downgrade it before you can enter. I'm
Yeah,
warning
look, it's a car that I like.
This is a race for grown-ups, because I don't want to see tears when I whip your ass.
Hey! Testing my bumper. It's my job. On other people. And myself. That's a legal move in racing, right? Using your opponents to turn. I mean, the game's not kicked me out of the competition. It must be. Robbing is racing. Extremely underwhelming news. Alright, underwhelm me. Oh. That was so underwhelming, it was overwhelming. I can't take it. Tried suing a cartoon. Imagine doubling down that hard on a lie. No. Protect the bumper. I thought you just casually kick cones into the crowd.
Wow, you're getting close to 150 in the popularity.
As someone not paying attention just got a cone to the face. It's smushed into the stands, yeah. Nope. Bumper's okay. Hey, you get another cone. Alright, another long race is over.
You did well out there just now, but don't let the pressure get to you.
Oakley Juggernauts. Which is where? That one? Yeah.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 100 meters, turn right. In 400 meters, keep left. Keep left. In 200 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Bumper. He did so well.
Whoa, there's no way the officials will let that car into this event. Strip off some of those parts before you enter it.
I'm so excited to be racing you. Imagine the press I'm gonna get knocking out the people's favorite.
Dead cock. Boop. Boop. Oh no, it's Culbertson. No. It just pops off so easily. Why are there speed traps up here? Who's going to be speeding on a dirt road? He says speeding on a dirt road. But I mean outside of sanctioned events. A spoiler. Gold wristband time. Or not, because I didn't get enough points in that race. Where do I need to go back to? That was quite a long event that I failed, isn't it? Well. Goodbye time. I'm actually impressed that didn't knock the bumper off.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left. In 200 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Time to do this one again. No, Neves.
You're all... You know the drill by now. That ride is way too fast for this event. Downgrade it, though, and you'll get straight in.
Haley's been driving since the tender age of 7. How do you even reach the pedals? It's driving with stilts. Like some old comedy.
$50,000 just to unzip this race suit. When I win this championship, it'll be $1 million for just a smile.
Welcome to a race I didn't really want to do again. Got 20k for it though. Excuse me. No, protect the bumper. Go away. You're not having my bumper. So if I'm not mistaken, this is my 4th time ever running this category. I might be mistaken. I'm pretty sure it's my 4th. Only plus 13. It's about to go up by quite a lot. Because I'm having to do an extra race. Like a Mitsubishi. It's a Subaru, damn it. Hey, another 20,000. Protect the bumper! Japanese rally cars are the same. Say that with Viper around. Yeah, it's pretty spot on. Well, could I do the shortcut thing just one time? Have you ever seen a red Subaru? Yay! Seen Baby Driver. Does that have a red Subaru? The Mitsubishis are allowed to be blue. Subarus are only blue. Unfortunately, they're all lies. Someone just got really good with Photoshop. Hey look, here's how you win. Wasn't that easy?
Consistency is how you win championships. Keep those points rolling in.
Mitsubishi.
There are only 8 gold wristbands, and one of them is yours. Come pick
I'm
it up
already
when you
losing
get ready
time.
for
I haven't even started this event.
No way you beat me to that wristband. I do this for a living. Let's go again. Just you and me.
Amazing work. This gold wristband means you're one of the festival's elite.
That's
Keep
pretty
it up,
fitting.
and you're a certainty for the Horizon Finals.
I do indeed hate it when I do a crash. Oh god, gold. Ferrari Massimo. There it is. Officer. Wasn't it supposed to be Ossifer? Like, Ossifer is what I usually say. No quote 13. I've not said anything dumb enough yet. Yet.
I'm hearing about another barn find. Check your map.
In 400
Give it time.
meters, turn right.
Actually, I probably have, just people keep forgetting to add quotes.
Turn right. You have arrived.
Everybody's talking about you as a real title contender. But don't be fooled by the cologne ads and the entourage. Darius Flint has won Horizon for the last 3 years by being the best driver here. The officials won't.
Your head just corrects it. What appears to be the officer problem?
Okay, kid. You've had your 15 minutes of fame.
They call this Ferrari Massimo, but I don't know, my Ferrari seems about the same size as normal. Where's my giant Ferrari? Reporting me. Ferrari Minimo. Hey, I'd watch it. I'm racing against Low. Hey, Low, how are you feeling? Damn it. Trying to give him a spin. I guess that works. There you go, dudes. There's quote 13. Hog. Darius, move. Alright, man. Thank you for stopping by, and thanks again for the resub. Again, much appreciated. I'll catch you next time. Give another cone to the crowd. Is the music even audible with this car? This thing is so loud.
Okay, you keep on surprising me. Pleasantly surprising me, that is.
What was that about being plus 18 minutes? Hey, this next event's gonna be rough. I'll see myself out after the run.
In 200 meters, you will arrive at your
Nailed it.
destination.
So this thing can lose its bumper.
You have a
Which one do we buy? The RGT8. The green one. No. My music. Yeah, we buy this car here. We only ever use it for this event, and then never again.
I'm gonna have to win this race damn quick. Yeah. Now I have another promo to shoot later on.
It's your favorite? It gets pretty squirrely. Like, the back end really likes to turn. It's a bit of a handful, but it's fun. Ah! The yellow board. Yeah, the yellow bird, like, occasionally you can get it to face in the right direction. But those times are few and far between. Cone. Why does Flint always get black cars? Out of his edgy image. Boop. Well, hopefully I can do this car some justice for you, Blitz. And not lose like that other event. Oh god. Shit. Go away, Darius. Oh god, it's 5 laps. Whee! Never even saw it land. Shit. Entry level for Gran Turismo. I mean, Forza Motorsport as well. Is that actual lore or just something you came up with? Or is that some Reddit fan theory? Oh, okay. I mean, I'd believe it. He's an ass. But he's currently driving better than I am. A cowl theory. And you tell me to leave? Mr. Slinky. Good old Mr. Slinky. Oh god, it's only lap 4. Why is this track so long and twisty? In a car that doesn't handle twists. And by twists, I mean corners. I'm going round a twist. Yeah, Race King, how's it going? Oh, thanks. It's just the Monster Cat library. You can get it on Spotify, on YouTube, like anywhere. If you wasted half an hour of the run just to finish in that crappy boss Mustang, it was worth it. Finally.
Another great result. You're really shaping up.
And that's it, we're done with the rough now. I mean, sure, I'll use it in free run. That was rough. Yep.
Turn around.
Let's see how it handles going.
To do so.
Hey, he's doing anything but park. Park, damn it. My favorite live streamer. Well, thank you. Alright, Cal, give it time.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
And
You
boom.
have arrived at your
No,
destination.
I pressed the wrong button. No. Mr. Racing Monster. Oh my god. That's a name.
I know you're confident, but come on. Get some upgrades on your ride if you don't want to struggle at the back of the pack.
They're still banned on speedrun.com, right? I'm pretty sure they were banned from ESA as well. Like, they submitted a run and it basically just went, no.
I can't tell you how much I enjoy humiliating upstarts like yourself.
ESA as of yesterday? I know he submitted to run like, to ESAs in the past and just insta declines. Like, declined before they even opened the, or before they even closed the submissions. Who? A living meme. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. No, no, too wide. So tomorrow I was going to start recording like a live tutorial for Soma. But after playing this tonight, I actually might boot up the Rally DLC and give that a go again. I only ran that one time. I did 2 runs in one stream. Tempted to request that? Now you don't have to. What time? My streams start at 9 PM UK time. Whatever time that is in your time zone. Eastern US, it's 4 PM. Whatever time it was 5 hours ago. Hey, it's Lamborghini time. Fucking Prius.
You're not allowed to enter.
You're in the UK, then yeah, 9 PM. I stream Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
You've got talent, but your car could be better. Put some upgrades on
Your
it,
car could be better?
better
It's a
chance
fucking
of success.
Lamborghini. Rude. Turn up to a race in a Lamborghini. It's like, is that it? Get an escort. Turn up in a Cosy.
They're all here to see me race. Yeah, so how about you try to be a little competitive? Yeah, before you flunk out? It's good for my image.
Oh god, it's the Flash. In my car. Winfield. More like Losefield. Koenigsegg better household. Lambo's your favorite car? I still wish we used the 370Z in a run, but the GTR is perfectly fine as well. Lamborghini's pretty good though. Well, how to completely shatter your paintwork and your spine. But hey, the bumper stayed on. After the Murcielago, I don't know, the Gallardo was pretty good as well. But I'm not really interested in like the Reventon and Aventador and whatever the hell else they're calling their cars now. They all look the same. The Murcielago was like smoother. The Gallardo made it more angular. And then the Aventador is just triangles. There was actually this exact model of Lambo in like for sale in this country, in this color. I was like, oh, I want it. Couldn't afford it, obviously. I wouldn't say no if I could.
You just keep piling up the points. I'm liking this.
When was the last time I got a gold? Old Spice Brawl. Ah, Carson. Actual size or Hot Wheels? Actual? Hot Wheels.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
No. At the Charger or Challenger, I just have what I've unlocked so far, like what I've bought for races. I'll be buying the Viper later.
In 100 meters, you will
Should have gone
arrive
through the
at your
park.
destination. You have arrived.
Hey, that car isn't
Oh
eligible.
yeah,
for
the Corrado.
I tell you what,
These Ford Mustangs.
coming safe, man.
Mustang?
And
That is not a
the
Mustang.
freakiest of Jerry's Ford Colognes for you.
Focus.
Yeah, thank me later.
The other Ford. You're gonna spend 70k on a car? I don't know, 70k is too much to spend on a car for me. I think the 370Z that I like is like 30 to 40k. I consider that to be an expensive car. Fuck you, Minnie. Fuck you, Miller. Buy up to a super nice car. Or just buy something cheaper, do it up a little bit and then sell it off for more. Or just find someone really gullible that will pay more than you paid. There he is! Huh. It's pretty good. Just need to keep my bumper. Do an any percent run where you reset if you lose your bumper. I just keep resetting after the first like 10 minutes. Actually, can you lose the bumper on the Viper at the start? Probably. Just never make it to the festival. I mean, I'd try and purposefully lose it, but I'm on the last lap and Darius is right behind me. It ain't coming off.
AAA results. Keep it up.
How good are all of my golds? Right, Montano Plains. I'm using the Nissan twice. For Recaro Redline. That one. Montano Plains. That is that one. My favorite game in the car.
Turn around when it is safe.
In terms of the cars that we use in the run, I think probably either the GTR or the Lamborghini. I said earlier that if I had to pick any individual car, it would be the 370Z. It's simple but still sporty.
In 400 meters.
And it's a car that I would like to afford one day. Almost went face first into a Bentley. Went face first into a barrier instead. But I didn't hit the Bentley. I just drop my mirrors. Hey, it makes me more aerodynamic.
In
£70 fine. You'll have to catch me first. Do you see a number plate on this car? Take my photo all you want.
In 200 meters, keep left. Keep left. In 200 meters, you will arrive
Crash into a house. Probably. Yeah. The GTR. If it's the Tesla, this would be a feature. You press a button and they give up on making them like retract or like fold into the car. If you press a button, they just drop off. You just buy new ones when you reach your destination. They're just stuck on with electromagnets. You press the button and it turns them off.
Someone should tell you to stick to IndyCar or something.
Hey now. That's insulting to the autopilot. It's not that bad. Fuck you, Flint. Fuck you. Oh god, this is fast. Yeah, Nim, if you ever do feel like playing this game again, I would gladly race you. I know we discussed it earlier and you don't really like doing runs this long anymore, but if you ever feel like it, let me know. Cal, if you ever get a 360, race you. Get poker involved again.
I knew I saw the speed in you.
You bet real money. Nah. GoPro Millennia Masters. Damn millennials.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Almost T-boned him. Looks like he took out the Cherokee there. No, 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 no. Sorry. Was that a Prius? Not sorry.
In 400 meters, turn left.
Cattage 2K20, what?
You'll find it hard in that car. I think you should upgrade it before you enter the event.
Cal and Trigger race game. That was either going to be exactly it or just like miles away.
All eyes are now back on the real celebrity.
Given a bit of context, I'm not that bad at working out acronyms. Without context, hopeless. Whenever I see Neves, I keep thinking it says nerves. It's like, oh, is this guy nervous? He should be driving a Lamborghini. There's no need to be anxious, friend. And then I realize I'm just dumb. I mean, I realize that every day anyway, but... Ah! Alright, Risking. Well, thank you for stopping by. I say I'll probably be doing the Rally DLC tomorrow, do actual PB attempts of it, I guess. It was only like 2 hours or so long. Yeah, I can get 2 runs in. A derust and then an actual attempt. Hey, 100,000 for drifting into a wall. When you get points like that, I can just imagine the sponsors watching from the sidelines, just like that. I like that. As I just careen into a wall. This man deserves my money. He may be sloppy, but he's winning. Do more of that. I almost took the corner right for the first time in, like, ever. Never mind. Sideswipe, though. Little did they know that Forza Horizon was actually a blood sport. Actually, what year was the first Purge film? Public death race. (2013) 1 year off. That would have been such a good coincidence. Actually, they had to take some time to edit the footage, so yeah. This is 2012. It all makes sense. Bondurant Enduro, Gladstone Creek. Where the hell's Gladstone Creek? I can never remember. Bondurant Enduro. There he is.
In 100 meters, turn left. Turn left. In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Hey. I was actually sick.
Your car is way too good for this event. You'll have to downgrade it before the officials will let you enter.
Afraid to say I'm gonna have to win this race damn quick. Yeah. Now I have another promo to shoot later on.
Shut up, Darius. Oh god, it's this course again. But faster. Thank you. I still hate this corner. Hey. That's how you do it. I am indeed alive for now. No, my car. No! Yeah, well, Ben, thank you for the good luck. How you doing? This run's beyond luck, but I am working off a year and a half of Rust. I might actually get back to running this properly again. I would like to go under 530. I was so close on my PB run. Tomorrow is a new day. Indeed. I have to do work after this. Why did a problem have to come up right as I'm doing like a 6-hour stream? That is a very delayed Cal. Like a whole 2 minutes between the pogs. Is your work sitting on enough money to keep it afloat for now? I'll take that as a hard maybe. God, this is 5 laps. Fuck. Awesome wreckage. Again, story of my life. There is rewind. I just have it turned off right now to get more money. So I can't lose any events up until like right at the end. Like, rewind is slow, but it's still faster than having to redo an entire event like I did earlier. Because I came second. That was smooth. Yeah, I don't know what 7's route's like, but the route that we used before that, that Poker, Nim, and I all used, was pretty tight to the wire. You had just enough money to buy the cars that you needed to do like the shortest events we could find. But in order to make that much money, you needed to have like a fair amount of things turned off or turned up. And one of those was you got like a 30% boost just by turning rewinds off, which we do for like 90% of the run. It makes it kind of risky. I think it was 20% actually. Could I not? Go away, Darius. Not what I wanted. My god, the front of that car. The back looks absolutely fine. The front has seen some shit. But hey, not a single dent on the bumper. The bumper was protected.
Always good to see a rookie making waves.
Hey, it's the Viper Challenge. Wait, I'm supposed to go to South Beaumont. Just had to kill that guy first. That's Gladstone Creek. I'm a moron. I don't think I ever discovered South Beaumont. Jensen! It's telling me to slow down on a straight road. Or straight enough.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left. In 100 meters, you will
Yeah,
arrive
close
at
enough.
your destination.
Where's my spoiler? This car looks so weird without the spoiler.
Destination.
You'll need.
Hell yeah. Right, now I've done Bondurant Enduro, I can turn the rewinds back on, because now things get pretty tricky. Start using the really squirrely cars. Hey! You're a bit faster than that. Really? There's a sign bounces past. Oh, God. This is why rewinds are a pretty good idea at this point. This is less about the car, though, and more about me just being an idiot. Fucker stole my car. I made him slow down right on the apex. Alright, dudes. Thank you for stopping by. I should be on tomorrow. Sleep well. Terrorizing the townsfolk again. How did you know? A singular doot. Shit. Shit, come on, no. I should just rewind because I've got that now. Have I got enough rewinds? Yes, okay. Watch as I do the same thing again. Okay, we're good. This always happens. The first event that I turn rewinds on, I end up needing it. Doesn't matter which event. It just kept turning. Even when I pretty much come to a full stop, I start accelerating. It's just like, nope, you're still spinning. We turn now? Also, the entire time I was spinning out, it was just loads of cameras flashing at me. It's like, oh, he spun! Get a picture! What a moron! Well, as long as I keep this under 6 hours. Bye, Halstead. Herb. Fucking gold Lamborghini.
There's no way you'll get your car into this event. You'll need to remove some of those parts before you can enter.
Even car meet? You mean a race? Oh no, you mean the videos you see on YouTube sometimes?
They're all here to see me race.
People who've like brought all their supercars together, and one of them like tries to show off as they're leaving and just like crashes into a lamppost. I think. I might be reading too much into that. Excuse me, Costco. I'm gonna call you Costco. 'Cause that must be where you got your car. Costco do Lamborghinis now. Enjoy supercar crash videos. I both do and don't. I do because it serves people right for trying to show off and just being stupid with something. But also, what a waste of a good car. Oh, the Nürburgring compilations, yeah. Someone's brought their Corsa along, they're gonna set a new lap time and just like bin it on the third corner. Gold. Warp to South Beaumont. Have I unlocked it yet? I have.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
I mean, I know the track from racing games. I couldn't actually drive around it. What are you doing? Van?
400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
That actually helped.
You can't enter this event in that car. Not so fast. That car is way too good for this event. You'll have to downgrade it before you can enter.
My Subaru's too good for the gold wristband events. Right, these are the final 7 events. Yeet into carousel. It's the Mitsubishi. It's the Mitsubishi. I always have to remind myself, Cal, that you have a motorcycle. I always think whenever you say bike, you just mean like a pedal cycle. I'm going to take my BMX around the Nürburgring. I'm sure they'd let you around it. Come on. That said, I'd love to cycle like full speed around the Nürburgring. That'd be pretty fun.
Am I witnessing the birth of an honest-to-God race car driver?
One of those fold-up bikes with the wheels that's like that big. It's like... It's 20 kilometers. So?
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
A bumper.
It does.
I want to get an RS4. Yes. In bright yellow.
The dreams of all the young upstarts entering this competition.
Everyone else in just like sensible colored cars, and I'm just here in a banana. Hell yeah. Lazy boy percent. I mean, Nürburgring lazy boy percent would just be going around the GP circuit. She had the motivation to do sim racing again. I've been watching Joshima's do more iRacing recently, as he plays with a VR setup. I always bet on his little betting bot that he's got, like that he'll crash, but I hope he doesn't crash at the same time. Oh shit, he's right behind me. One more lap. Got one more race with the Audi and then 3 more with the Nissan. Oh, and one with the Corrado in between. Yeah, Cal, don't forget to book a hotel for the halfway point. Go, Banana, go!
You know, the more I watch you race, the more I'm convinced you've got what it takes.
That's a rock. Shit. All this open space that I can drive through and I go straight into the only rock.
You're gonna struggle in that car. I'd recommend some upgrades before you enter.
Okay, kid. You've had your 15 minutes of fame. All eyes are now back on the real celebrity.
For some reason I thought I was playing Burnout. I just instinctively hit A on the start of the race and just put the handbrake on. I've been playing this for too long. Excuse me, excuse me. Stole my yellow Audi. Fuck you, Healy. Do I even need to say it anymore? Did I get a quote 12? I think it was 12. There we go. Excited, my bumper. Sad, my bumper. Confused, my bumper.
You did well out there just now, but don't let the pressure get to you.
A Horizon Mega Tune with the Corrado. Warp to Clear Springs. Where is it though? Not that one. There it is. No, no, no. There. Hey, look, it's a Shelby.
In 400 meters,
Alright, Cal, when I'm done with this run, I'll see if I can get the Shelby from Need for Speed. See if I can paint it up in the same, like, white with black stripes.
in 400 meters, turn right. Turn right. In 200 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Go, banana, go! Show off in his gold Lamborghini again.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
My bumper!
You have a
The officials won't let
The moment I pressed X to enter the event, my bumper popped back onto the car.
Afraid to say I'm gonna have to win this race damn quick. Yeah. Now I have another promo to shoot later on.
The Corrado's done pretty well to make it all the way up to the end of the festival. I wonder if you can use it for the final event. That'd be pretty cool. One corner. You made it around one corner. got ahead in the end.
You're really getting the hang of racing at this level.
Damn it, I'd already be finished by now. Alright, just the GTR now. 3 more races.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
The end is indeed near.
Whoa, there's no way the officials will let that car into this event.
A lot of
Drop
bumpers
some
to
those
kill
tests
off.
before you enter it.
I mean, I'm only using the GTR now, which I think I'm yet to knock the bumper off.
I can't tell you how much I enjoy humiliating upstarts like yourself.
At least there's no laps on this one. Excuse me. Thank you. Well. I did not see the red line until I was already like 20 meters up to it. That made no sense. You know what I mean. I'm talking gibberish at this point. Careful. Alright, Ben. Thank you for stopping by and sleep well. Oh, shit. Wrong button. There you go.
Consistency is how you win championships. Keep those points
Not that it
rolling.
really mattered.
Okay, you're fighting for the Horizon crown now. This is everything you've been competing for. I've got to confess, I've dreamed about this. The final race, 8 drivers, you beating Darius and becoming champion. Make it come true. Please.
It's like, hey, drive all this way. Like, no. I'm just going to abuse the fast travel system for a bit.
To do so.
Whoops. Yeah, so whichever car you use for this event locks you into the car that you'll use for the final race as well.
You will arrive at your destination.
Yeah.
Arrive at your destination.
Can't lose the bumper. Also, this is the only time in the entire run where we drive an R1 spec version of the car. This thing is not easy to drive. At least not for me.
You got a lot of weight resting on those inexperienced shoulders. Sure you won't crack? Pressure's really on now. If one slip, just one, and I'll have you. This is where your fairy tale ends.
Shut up.
This is mine to lose, not yours to win. You think I'm just gonna hand you my title? Think again.
He's run out of quips. Like, it's just throws all of them out at the same time. It's like, damn, I wanted to say this to him. And this. I'll just say everything. Nope, good start. Am I playing Forza or pinball right now? Oh, come on. Bit too quick on the throttle there. Two wheeling. If you think my driving's been bad so far, wait for the final event. It's a mess. It makes this look super clean. Oh, my spoiler. Every time. I swear I have space there. Damn it. Well, that went pretty well. Yeah, Cal, please don't request this game again for at least another year. Come on, just go around the corners. The catch-up at the end of the game is like super, super strong. And my ability to drive is super weak. Any points for speed?
Wow, you did it! You're the new Horizon champion! Okay, from zero to hero. What a story, and I'll bet just the first chapter. A new champion!
You know, no big deal. Only 6.5 mil.
Awesome!
Okay, you got lucky. Even an average driver gets lucky once in a while. But lightning don't strike twice.
He's not happy. And now we do one race around the entire map. Because why not? Also, this engine really struggles. No. Right, well, the highway was fun, but we have to leave now. My spoiler. It didn't want to leave the highway. Careful. What did I just say? So that Darius is back there somewhere. The moment you make one mistake, he comes for you. I've usually seen him by now. Oh yeah, I lost a ton of time here because I flipped upside down because I hit a Prius in PB. Like, that's what lost me the sub 530. Fucking Prius. What? The fuck? Okay, don't insult Priuses, apparently. What the hell was that? Yo, Hib, how's it going? Yeah, I'm finishing off a run that Cal made me do. I hope you're well. Man, my car has seen better days. No, Darius. That's too wide. Marathon running 40 minutes. Ooh, good luck. What are you running? And where? Oh, right. I think Nim mentioned it. So he's doing Sonic R tomorrow, right? I did say this race was messy. Well, if I'm still awake later, I will be in to catch your run. After this, like this run's over in just a few minutes, but after that I've got some work to do. I'll see if I'm still awake. Depends how long work takes me. My boss broke some JavaScript and I need to go and fix it. No, Darius. Like, fixing JavaScript is exactly what I want to be doing at like 3:30 in the morning. Hey man, good luck. Fucking Prius. Wait, I mean, nice Prius. Don't insult the Priuses. The game just like flips your car if you badmouth them. It's alright, Darius is kind of close right now, but as long as I'm ahead of him towards the very end, he kind of backs right off. Come on. Hey. Didn't even gold it. Yeah, it's Gary. Thanks for the GG. Can you tell I've not touched this game in a long time?
I suppose this is.
Don't want to get into the Ferrari?
Now.
Nah. Fuck your Ferrari. There you go, Cal. I hope you're happy. Where's the showroom? I was going to buy a Mustang.
Yes, this is the auto show. The place to be if you're
Now, is it
looking
under
to buy a
Ford or
new car.
Shelby?
What, you don't have enough credits? So treat yourself to a car token or
Oh,
two.
there it is. It was white with black stripes in. There we go. I can run these long games. You get used to it after a while. Like when I first started speedrunning, I was playing games that were like 45 minutes to an hour. I'm trying to think like what my progression was in terms of length. I think Half-Life 2 ended up being my longest run because I was like terrible at it, so a run was like 3 hours. When the world record now is like 40 minutes. Racing games, you don't really notice it that much. Like once you start a run, you just keep doing the events and doing the laps, and eventually you finish. Like you just, as long as you're having fun, the time just kind of flies by. When it comes to doing long runs like that and you're trying to grind for good times, then it becomes a lot worse. Like my PB in this is 5:30. If I got to the end and realized I was like 3 minutes behind after 5 hours, yeah, that doesn't feel good if you're trying to go for a PB. But I don't know, doing this sort of run every few months just to have some fun with it, it's pretty cool. It's pretty chill. But I wouldn't run this competitively, not anymore. It's too much. I think Cal went to sleep. Damn it, Cal, this run was for you and you weren't even here. Alright, but I've been streaming for over 6 hours now. I think that's it for me tonight. Go back to my proper monitor. Yeah. It's what, like 4:20 for you now? Is anyone live right now? Jesus Christ, that's a terrible no signal thing. What happened to my Elgato? It's only ESA really doing reruns. I don't really want to host reruns. Anyone doing Amnesia? Nope. Anyone doing Soma? Of course not. Half-Life 2? Hey, Alex Howe's doing Half-Life 2 speedruns. I was talking about that just a second ago. Hey. I'll be back tomorrow with, I think I'm going to be doing some of the Rally DLC for Forza Horizon, just because why not? For now, I'm going to host Alex. They're doing Half-Life 2, as I said. So feel free to go say hello, and I'll catch you tomorrow.